Okay, this is our Nigerian 4-year-old milker class, and again, another beautiful class of does to work through. Um, and our udder placings in this class are 1, 2, and 3. First, with this udder placing, the first place udder is placing over the second place udder for the advantage she has in the overall area of udder attachment, the width of that rear udder, the extension of that fore udder, just a lovely and very impressive mammary system here on our first place doe and our first place udder doe. Second place udder over the third place udder for the advantage she has in the height of that rear udder, the fullness of that mammary system, the tightness and smoothness of the fore udder attachment over 3. She will grant just a bit. Sorry, she will grant just a bit to the capacity of the mammary system that we do see in this lovely doe in our third spot. All right, then 1 is placing over 2 today for the advantage that she does hold in dairy strength. She's a doe that's just a more angular, sharper, cleaner doe all the way through. She's going to yield a bit, certainly the length of neck to the second place doe, but she is a more open, wedgier shaped doe as compared to 2. She's in body capacity, a deeper body doe, deeper back into that rear barrel, showing us a greater spring to her as compared to 2. 2 then going over 3 in her turn for that advantage, aforementioned advantage in the mammary system. But she also holds the advantage today in dairy strength. Again, having that longer neck, being a little sharper on those withers, a little more angular throughout. In general appearance, she's longer in that back. She's a more level doe from chine to loin. She's longer in that rump as well from hips to pins. 3 then going over 4. Today, 4 again, the advantage in the mammary system. It is an udder that shows us again a greater area of udder attachment. It is an udder that is a more capacious udder as well, a little more pleasing texture to that mammary system as well. She also holds the advantage in her own right in dairy strength, being a little more open, being a sharper, cleaner style of doe as compared to 4. 4 then going over 5 for her advantage in her turn in mammary system. It is a doe that again shows us just a little bit more capacity and symmetry to that mammary system when viewed from the side. She's going to yield a little bit the height of rear udder that we see in the 5th place doe, but again just a greater overall area of udder attachment. She also picks up points in body capacity, showing us more depth and dimension, more depth of rib, rear rib as compared to 5. And then in general appearance, she uses those rear legs just a bit more correctly as she tracks around the ring. 5 going over 6 today for her advantage in mammary system as well. She shows us more capacity to that mammary system, more fullness to that rear udder, more arch up into the escutcheon of that rear udder as compared to 6. She also holds the advantage in general appearance, maybe tracking a little bit more correctly on those front legs as compared to 6. 6 then going over 7 for her advantage of body capacity. We see a doe that is showing us a more spring and depth of body. Again, a more balanced doe in her frame, a proportional doe in her frame as compared to 7. 7 then going over 8 for her advantage in dairy strength. Really love the length of neck on this very eye-catching doe. She is showing us a little bit more upstandingness as well as compared to 8. And you can bring these guys down. Then 8 here going over 9. For her advantage in the mammary system, we see a mammary system that is a more capacious mammary system. Showing us a greater overall area of udder attachment. I think, too, an advantage in the texture of this mammary system in 7 over 8. She also is a longer body doe and showing us more length of rump from hips to pins as compared to 9. 9, real stylish doe here in our 9th place spot. It is for her advantage in general appearance, particularly in the front end assembly. She blends more smoothly from the neck into the withers. She's a sharper, cleaner doe in that front end. She's a more naturally upstanding doe. In the mammary system, she's going to grant a bit capacity, but she does have a more advantage here in the symmetry of that mammary system when viewed from the side. 10 then going over 11 for her advantage in her turn. So 10 going over 11 here for her advantage in the mammary system. It just shows us this is one of our more productive, apparently productive mammary systems. So apparently capacious mammary systems over 11. She excels in the capacity of that mammary system. in the height of that rear udder as well. She also excels in body capacity, again, just being a deeper body doe, showing us greater spring as compared to 11. 11 then going over 12 here. So we do have a doe that's been in bloom for a longer, less, a bloomier doe here in this 11th place spot. She excels in the mammary system, showing us again more capacity to her mammary system. She's showing us in general appearance, she's a cleaner doe. She blends more smoothly from the neck into the withers, and we see less movement in those shoulders as compared to 12. 12 over 13. This was a doe that has been in, it's a November freshening date, I believe. And so, again, not as much bloom to that mammary system today, but we wanted to acknowledge the correctness of that mammary system. And so she does have an advantage over 13 in the shape and symmetry of that udder, in the pleasing texture of that mammary system as well. In general appearance, in body capacity, she's a longer body doe and shows us more spring. 13 over 14. Also, mammary system placing here on an udder that is held higher above those hocks, showing us a greater overall area of udder attachment, although she will yield capacity to the gold doe here in 14th. 14 over 15, really do admire the capacity to this mammary system and the shape and height of that rear udder attachment. She also excels at being more level from the chine to the loin over 15. 15 over 16 in her turn, again, a doe that is a more capacious doe, showing us more productivity as compared to 16. She also is a more correct in the usage of those rear legs and a more correct angle to those rear legs when compared to 16. 16 over 17. Here we felt we had a doe that was, again, showing us an advantage in dairy strength, a doe that's showing us more refinement. It's cleaner in those, cleaner and sharper in those withers as compared to the black and gray doe in 17. Black and gray doe, really admire the depth of body that she's showing us, the width of that barrel. She excels the 18th place doe because she is wider in the barrel. She's wider in the chest. She shows us more spring overall as compared to 18. 18 over 19 for her advantage in the mammary system. Again, a doe that shows us a more pleasing shape to that mammary system, more extension to that forudder, more fullness to the mammary system as compared to 19. And then 19 over 20 today for an advantage in general appearance. She's using those rear legs a bit more correctly as she tracks around the ring. We have a more correct angle to those rear legs and stronger rear pastures. Our 20th place doe has a lovely mammary system. She'll be commended for the shape and height of that rear udder in particular. Thank you.
Okay, this class of Nigerian dwarf 5 and 6-year-olds is complete with 63 entries.
So this is our yearling Oberhasli milking class. Mammary systems are going to be first place mammary on our third place doe, second place mammary on our first place doe, and third place mammary on our second place doe. Okay. The first place mammary, because of the shape, the extension of forudder, the width and capacity, both to the fore and rear, uh, and the depth of mammary system, and as well, she's a lot of capacity, but still maintaining very desirable texture in comparison to our second place setter. Doesn't second place setter doesn't have quite the length of forudder nor the capacity that we're seeing in one our first place setter and third place do. Two our second place setter over our third place setter. Just in her turn, slightly more smoothly blended up into the escutcheon, a little wider in the rear, and our third place mammary on our second place doe. She should be commended for very desirable texture to that mammary system. Anyways, so 1/2 today. First in her turn for the mammary system, having more extension, more height, more width of rear udder than we have in 2. Also, as she tracks around the ring, she's the most correct structurally in general appearance and strength of feet and legs. We like to see them on the move. You can set them up pretty good, but when they're on the move, she's the most correct. She tracks most directly forward. In comparison to 2, she more nearly level when on the move. She's wider between those hocks as well, and has more width of rump to accommodate that mammary system. 2/3 for quite an advantage in general appearance. She's more smoothly blended across that back and the chine, the loin, the pelvic structure when viewed from the side and the rear. She's flatter in the dorsal process. She has more desirable slope to the rump as well than the doe behind her here in 3. 3/4 for quite an advantage in the mammary system. In the mammary system, she has more capacity, more depth of mammary system, more width of rear udder, more extension and width and capacity of that forudder. She also excels in body capacity, greater depth, width of chest floor, and spring of rib than we have in 4, though she will yield strength of top line to this doe in 4. It is, however, for the mammary system in 4, she's placing over 5. She was in contention. She has a higher rear udder, more smoothly blended up into the escutcheon, less motion, more lateral support to that mammary system. She also has a slight advantage in, sorry, um, when on the move, she's just more nearly level across that top line than we have in 5, and as well as in that rump. Flatter in that dorsal process. 5/6 in her turn for that tremendous advantage in length of neck and sharpness and angularity, but also in depth of mammary system, having more depth to that mammary, more capacious mammary system than we have in 6. 6/7 in body capacity, having greater depth of heart, width of chest floor, spring of rib, length of body. In the mammary system in her turn, having more overall width of rear udder in comparison, an advantage in width of rear udder in comparison to 7. 7/8, a closer placing, but we just felt that she was a little more smoothly blended in the front end assembly. Her shoulder blades were tighter against her body wall. She's fuller in the crops. The mammary system in her turn had a stronger medial suspensory ligament as well in comparison to this doe in 8. 8/9 in body capacity, width of chest floor, depth of heart, spring of rib, length of body. In her turn, a more pleasing shape to the mammary system when viewed from the side. 9/10 in her turn, more balance and symmetry to the halves of the mammary system today. She walks more directly forward on those front feet than we have on 10. 10/11 in general appearance. She's more smoothly blended across the top line. She has more desirable slope to the rump when viewed from the side. She's more capacious mammary system as well in comparison to 11. 11/12, structurally just more smoothly blended from the neck into the withers. She's stronger across the top line while on the move than we have in this doe standing here in 12. 12/13, it's a little closer placing, but we went with depth of body, depth of heart. You dropped a rib in there, 12. More depth of heart, more width of chest floor, more depth back into that rear barrel, more depth of mammary system as well in comparison to 13. 13/14, right now. As she stands, she's more smoothly blended from the neck into the withers. She also has a slight advantage in the mammary system, not quite the lateral. She has more lateral support to that mammary system, less motion as she tracks around the ring. If you guys can move these up a little bit so the camera can get them in live stream. 14/15 in her turn and general appearance, particularly in the pelvic structure in that rump, having more desirable slope to the rump. She's flatter in the rump in that dorsal process from thorough to thorough. In her turn in the mammary system, she'll yield to the capacity to that mammary system that we're seeing in 15. It is for the overall shape to the mammary system, the height of rear udder, the width of fore udder, but also in body capacity. 15 is placing over 16, though she will yield slope of rump to 16. And it is for general appearance and structural strength of feet and legs, particularly the angulation to the rear leg set, as well as strength of all four pasterns. 16 is placing over 17. However, 17, we have to commend her for the capacity of milk today, just not structurally strong enough in feet and legs to move her up higher in the class today. Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, I know the Nigerian people have been waiting for the results from the last class. That was the 4-year-old milker, Nigerian dwarf. And the sponsor of this class was Jennifer Davis from Hidden Hills Nigerians. First place, first udder, Nigerian 4-year-old went to 3G Family Farm BN Siren, owned by Erica Illig. Second place with second udder went to the RZ Acres Goodnight Moon, owned by Laura Tyson. Third place, third udder, Agape's Prize Ragin' Cajun Quinn, owned by Mark Weir. Fourth place went to Wings and Caprines SE Totality, owned by Josie Kirby. Fifth place and the first placing youth went to Champion Cade's Little Farm AX. Not sure what the name is. It starts with an H, owned by Cade Cockburn. Sixth place, Hundenholz Windwall, owned by Stacy Self. Seventh place, Springwater BL Janie's Goat AG, owned by Nancy Bowling. Eighth place was Grand Champion Primrose Hill. And again, the name is cut off. I'm sorry. Owned by Jennifer Bowman. Ninth place went to 3G Family Farm IHC Keva, owned by Erica Illig. 10th place, Lil Midnight Light Shine Bright, Sarah Moore. 11th, Cade's Little Farm KMD Saffron, owned by Cade Cockburn. 12th place, Winning Streak CM Darlin Diva, owned by Donna Lavery. Looks like 13th place went to Valley's Edge PF Hello Dolly, owned by Abby Schofield. Then the 14th place went to Agape's Prize Harley Quinn, owned by Mark Weir. 15 went to Honey Sweetie Acres Rose Ott, Regina Bauscher. 16, See You at Little Red Barn, Driving Miss Daisy, owned by Greg and Barbara Brown. 17th went to Karmic Acres Wicked Low, owned by Amanda Abe. 18th place was Winning Streak CM Angelina, owned by Donna Lavery. 19th, Winning Streak CM Marvelous, owned by Donna Lavery. And the 20th place went to Feather and Scale BE Wapiti, owned by Jessica Miller. And again, we thank Jennifer Davis from Hidden Hills Nigerians for sponsoring the 4-year-old class. All right, Oberhasli breeders, we're still missing a couple entries in this 2-year-old class. Funks, do we have another entry? Maeve? Is she in here?
Scratching. She's a little scratch. Who else are you missing? Here.
Roslyn Knorr, your doe Rissa. Georgia Almeyer, your doe Jazz. And Juliana Johnson, your doe Majesty's Tierra. If you're bringing them, please let us know. If you're scratching them, please let us know.
Those names again. I can't see. Here.
Okay, we're still missing an entry from Georgia Almeyer. Oh, what's that? Right? What does that mean?
I just.
Oh, okay. And also Juliana Johnson. We're missing your entries. We'll give you about 1 more minute to let us know what's going on, and we're going to close the class. Okay, this class of Oberhasli's is closed. Results for the Oberhasli Milking Yearling in this class was sponsored by Karen Stark of Ura Dairy Goats. First place doe in this class with a second place udder went to Paget Brook Nalahotha, owned by Brett and Heather Armstrong. Second place with the third place udder went to Coyote Ledge Gypsy, owned by Marina Legier. Third place with first udder went to Overboard Rain Tea Storm, owned by Kurt Schnipke. Fourth place, Van Just DM Neon Sign, Jason Peckham. Fifth place, first placing youth went to Coyote Ledge, Georgia Peach, owned by Marina Legier. No, she'd be the second placing youth. 5, 6. Sixth place, Half Barn Farm OV Nua, owned by Jennifer Funk. Seventh went to Hill Air Farm Whisper of Dahay, owned by John Kane. Eighth place, Van Just VK Neo, Jennifer Funk.
All right, this is our Nigerian 5 to 6-year-old class, and again, once again, 63 entries. So a really huge class again to work. We've pulled out our 20 that we are going to continue to work with. Thank you again, exhibitors, for bringing out your animals. You're free to go back to your pens. Those of you on the circular ring, and we'll see you back for your next class. Thank you.
Okay, the ninth place Oberhasli Milking Yearling went to In Theory Ishmai, owned by Lindsay Cobb. 10th place, Sublime DM Neon Lights, Jason Peckham. 11th, Van Just DM Naya, Jason Peckham. 12th, Half Barn Farm VL Nova, owned by Maria Funk. 13th, From Away Farm Persuasion, Nora Strawbridge. 14, Half Barn Farm VL Natal, Jennifer Funk. 15, Half Barn Farm VL Neffy Mint, owned by Haley Esposito. 16, Sir Echo Boosie, owned by Nora Strawbridge. 17, Fairy Ring Lee Grisette, Rosalind Knorr. 'The youth placings for the Oberhasli Milking Yearling. First place went to Coyote Ledge Georgia Peach, owned by Marina Legier. Second place, Half Barn Farm VL Nova, Maria Funk. And third place went to Sir Echo Boosie, owned by Nora Strawbridge. We'd like to thank the sponsors of some of the other Nigerian dwarf ribbons and rosettes and banners. Our junior class ribbons were sponsored by Tracy Clevenger of Bellafire Farm. Senior class ribbons sponsored by Wendy Brandt of Anchors Away Farm. The ribbons for the group classes were sponsored by Rob, Donna, Robbie, and Lacey Miller of DRRL Farm. The championship ribbons, Tracy Clevenger, Bellafire Farm. The best udder rosette, Laura Yeski, Lady Walkers. The reserve best udder rosette was also sponsored by Laura Yeski of Lady Walkers. The premier breeder banner was sponsored by Brenda Piper of Honey Locust Farm, as well as the premier exhibitor banner, Brenda Piper, Honey Locust Farm. The premier sire banner was sponsored by Catherine Hobby and Elizabeth Wicker of Hobbycroft Farm. And the reserve premier breeder banner was sponsored by Tracy Clevenger of Bellafire Farm. We'd also like to thank Cade Cockburn of Cadesville Farm for sponsoring the Nigerian Dwarf Premier Senior Doe and the Nigerian Dwarf Premier Junior Doe.
So Mark and I have chosen the 20 that we intend to work with, and nothing against you guys against the rails. Just not quite seeing some of the overall area of outer attachment, strength of feet and legs, length of body, length of neck and dairy strength. But we appreciate all the effort that you took to come here, and I'm going to have to excuse you if you don't mind. Okay, thanks.
All right, we are bringing in now our Nigerian 5 to 6-year-old does. Our udder placings are 1, 2, and 3. Again, going with the udder placing first. The first place udder excels the doe here in second for her advantage in the width of that rear udder, in the definition of that medial suspensory ligament, in the more correct teat placement of that mammary system. Just a beautiful mammary system here on our first place doe. The second place udder over the third place udder for the advantage here, and again, in her own right, in the definition of that medial suspensory ligament, a mammary system that is just a bit higher, a bit fuller, a bit wider in that rear udder as compared to 3. And then the third place udder over the bulk of the class, just a beautiful shape to this mammary system, capacity, the balance, the symmetry of that mammary system that takes her over our doe here in our fourth spot. Now, 1 is placing over 2 for her advantage today in general appearance. She has a more correct slope of that rump. She's wider in that rump from thorough to thorough. She also holds the advantage in dairy strength, in that she's just a little sharper in that front end assembly, cleaner in those withers as compared to 2. She's going to yield a little bit the openness and flatness of ribbing that we see in the second place doe. But she also picks up just a few points in body capacity, just being just an incredibly wide doe, wide in the chest, wide back into the loin as compared to our second place doe. Lovely pair of does here. 2 then over 3 today for her advantage in her turn in general appearance. She's a little straighter in those front legs as she tracks around the ring. She's a little more level, particularly on that chine as compared to the third place doe. She blends more smoothly as well from the neck into the withers as compared to 3. 3 then over 4, again for the aforementioned reason of mammary system. We do have a doe here that has a fuller mammary system today, a higher, wider rear udder attachment. And then a doe too that picks up points in dairy strength. She's got a longer, leaner neck. She's a flatter, flintier boned style of doe as compared to 4. 4 then over 5 today for her advantage in her turn in the mammary system. This is a doe that shows us, again, more capacity today, more symmetry to that mammary system, third and a third and a third when viewed from the side as compared to 5. She also has the advantage in body capacity today, showing us more depth of body, more depth into the rear barrel as compared to 5. 5 then going over 6 today for her advantage in the mammary system as well. A doe that shows us, again, just a more pleasing shape to that rear udder to some extent. In dairy strength, she has a longer, leaner neck. She's a sharper doe in those withers, a cleaner doe. 6 then over 7 today for her advantage in her turn in dairy strength. She's carrying less excess fleshing. Today, she's a little more open. She's a little flatter bone doe. In the mammary system, we do have a more capacious udder on this doe is given due relation to body size. And so just, again, a more balanced doe all the way through as compared to 7. 7 really admire the kind of the power and the width in the front end assembly that we see in our 7th place doe. It is for that advantage in body capacity, in the width of the chest, in particular that she goes over our 8th place doe. She also excels in general appearance. She's a more naturally level doe from the chine into the loin. She's longer in that rump from hips to pins as compared to 8. We could kind of keep the line moving forward here. 8 then over 9 today for her advantage in dairy strength. She's a doe that is carrying less excess fleshing today as compared to 9. Again, a flatter, flintier, more angular doe all the way through. In the mammary system, she's a doe that shows us more capacity to her mammary system, a more globular shape to her mammary system when viewed from the side as compared to 9. 9 over 10 today for her advantages in general appearance. A doe that's a little bit more level from the chine into the loin. In the mammary system, certainly she's going to yield a bit the capacity of the mammary system, but it is a slightly higher rear udder attachment as compared to the 10th place doe. 10 then over 11 for her advantage in her turn in general appearance. She's longer in that back, more level from the chine into the loin. In the category of dairy strength, she's got a longer, leaner neck and a little more angular frame to her all the way through. 11 over 12 today for her advantage in body capacity. She's just a deeper body doe, slightly deeper body doe. In general appearance, she's a little bit more correct in the angle of those rear legs when viewed from the side. Again, in dairy strength, she's a sharper, cleaner doe. 12 over 13 today for her advantage in mammary system. We see a doe that just shows us a little bit more capacity to that mammary system. She's a doe that is in general appearance a little straighter and stronger in those front legs. 13 over 14, 13 and 14 real similar does here, but we felt our 13th place doe was more correct in the mammary system with a more pleasing shape to that rear udder and showing us a more fullness to her mammary system today. 14 over 15 today. This is a doe we felt was just in general appearance was a little higher headed style of doe. Again, it more correct in the set to those front legs, straighter, stronger in those front legs. In top line, she's more correct from the chine into the loin. She's longer in that rump as well. 15 over 16 for her advantage in dairy strength, carrying less excess fleshing, the more open, flatter doe. In mammary, she also is carrying more milk in her mammary system today and just a more capacious doe. 16 over 17. This is a mammary system placing as well, an udder that is more correctly placed under that udder, under her body wall. A doe too that is just moving around her mammary system more correctly. 17 over 18 is a general appearance placing a doe that's just really strong across that back. She excels the doe behind her too in dairy strength, being a sharper, cleaner, more angular style of doe. 18 over 19 today, a doe that we just felt belonged out here because of the strength of that mammary system. 19 and 20 does here that again have strong mammary systems. And then we wanted to also acknowledge in our 20th place doe, a real productive, capacious mammary system. And that's why she stands over the remainder of the class. Thank you.
Nigerian dwarf, 7 years and over. We're have an entry. Bring it up here immediately, or let us know if you scratched. All right, we're still looking for a few more entries. Jessica Miller, Tatiana, Erica Illig, Ryan Rivard, Ethan McGee, Brittany Dixon, Melissa Eagle, Okay, we have Nigerian dwarfs in the ring, 7 years and older. There are 20 entries. The Nigerian dwarf 5 and 6-year-old class was sponsored by Jennifer Davis of Hidden Hills Nigerians. And the first place in that class, with also the first place udder, went to grand champion Agape's Prize French QU. I'm not sure what her full name is, but she's owned by Mark Weir. Second place with second udder went to Woodbridge Farm Remy. I know her name's not complete either. Owned by Tatiana Elizarova. Third place, third udder, Valley's Edge Delicious, owned by Amber Zellers. Fourth place, HLFMRR Ginger Snap, owned by Emily Kern. Fifth place, Woodbridge Farm Unpresident, owned by Mark Weir. Sixth place went to Dawnland RR Little B, owned by Amber Zellers. Seventh place, SGCH Wings and Caprines Carol, owned by Josie Kirby. Eighth place, Phoenix Farm Luck Be a Lady, owned by Maria Fallon. Ninth place, Grand Champion 3G Family Farm BAM, owned by Erica Illig. 10th place went to Dragonfly CP Tata, owned by Joanne Carroll. 11, 3G Family Farm IHC Naiad, owned by Erica Illig. Noble. 12th place, 3G Family Farm FB Serenity, owned by Erica Illig Noble. 13, Grand Champion Woodbridge Farm Spelling, owned by Laura Tyson. 14, Violet's Acres AB Busy Bee, owned by Laura Tyson. 15, Woodbridge Farm Araby, owned by Tatiana Elizarova. 16, Grand Champion 3G Family Farm WM, not sure what the name is, it starts with an A, owned by Erica Illig Noble. 17 went to Valley's Edge DeLovely, owned by Laura Tyson. 18, Woodbridge Farm Honeysuckler, owned by Donna Lavery. 19, HLFMRR Maple Sugar, owned by Emily Kern. 'The 20th place went to Dill's Sassy Pants, owned by Ann Peterson. Again, I apologize. A lot of these names have been cut off on the sheets here.
So our memory systems are going to be our first place memory on our second place dough, second place memory on our first place dough, and third place memory on our third place dough. Placing this class from my right, 1/2 in general appearance when on the move. She walks with more ease of motion around the memory system. She tracks more directly forward. She's straighter on those front legs. She's stronger on those rear pasterns, stronger in the loin as well in comparison to 2. She just has more length of neck and dairy strength. 2/3, a closer placing, but we went with the doe in the mammary system with more desirable shape to the mammary system. She is our first place udder with more extension and fullness and capacity of that forudder, more width, more desirable udder floor as well with the more desirable medial suspensory ligament than we have in 3. Our third place udder over our fourth place doe, or third place doe over our fourth place doe. For that mammary system, the shape of the mammary system, the capacity of the mammary system, the height of rear udder. She also excels in body capacity, having greater depth and width throughout with more spring of rib than we have in 4. 4 over 5 in her turn for quite an advantage. First, in general appearance, she's more smoothly blended from the neck into the withers. She's stronger in the chine. She has more desirable angulation to the rear leg set when viewed from the side. She has more depth of mammary system as well than this doe here in 5. 5 over 6 in her turn. Not quite the capacity to the mammary system, but more desirable texture to this mammary system. As we watch them walk, she's just more smoothly blended in that front end than we have in this doe standing here in 5. 5 over 6. If you guys could just walk them up a little bit, I wouldn't mind that. 6 over 7 in her turn. We don't have a lot of capacity on this doe in 7, but we have more capacity, more extension of forudder, more width of forudder. Also, she has a slight advantage in with the chest floor than we have in 7. 7 doesn't have. She's only a first freshener, and we know that. But her mammary system is so well attached, and she's such a structurally sound individual. We placed her over 8 for the structural correctness, the smoothest blending from the neck into the withers, the length and strength across the top line, the slope of rump when viewed from the side, the flatness of rump from thorough to thorough, particularly in that dorsal process when viewed from the rear. And the mammary system doesn't have the capacity, but she does have overall area of udder attachment with more lateral support, more height and smoothness of rear udder into the escutcheon than we have in 8. 8 over 9 in her turn in general appearance. She's tighter at the point of elbow as she walks. She smoother at the point of shoulder as well in her turn in the mammary system, having more smoothness of blending of rear into the escutcheon. 9 over 10 in her turn in body capacity, having greater depth of heart, more depth back into that rear barrel than we have in this 10th place doe. 10 over 11 in her turn for the smoothest of blending across the top line, but also in the mammary system having more capacity and width to that rear udder. She'll yield depth to rear barrel here in this 11th place doe. 11 over 12 today, structurally a sounder doe, particularly in strength of feet and legs in those rear pasterns when on the move and when at rest in comparison to 12. 12 over 13, this black doe here for an advantage in the mammary system, having more desirable shape, more depth of the mammary system, a wider rear udder as well. She also excels in length of neck and sharpness and angularity and openness and spacing between the ribs than we have in 13. 13 over 14, just more substance of bone on this doe, a wider, flatter bone pattern in comparison to 14. She also excels in having greater capacity at this point than we have in 14. 14, we didn't want to really overlook this doe. She's sharp, she's angular, just not as capacious in the mammary system, but she is placing over 15 for the smoothest of blending and general appearance from the neck into the withers and the strength across that top line when on the move. 15 over 16 in her turn, the angulation to the rear leg set, and subsequently the slope to the rump when viewed from the side in comparison to 16. 16 over 17 today, just more proper placement of teats on the udder floor, though she'll yield the capacity certainly to the doe in 17. It is for the capacity. The width of rear udder, 17 is placing over 18. 18 is placing over 19 for quite an advantage in the smoothest of blending front end assembly, but also the width of rear udder when viewed from the rear. 19 is placing over 20. In her turn, in strength of general appearance, particularly strength of feet and legs, those rear pasterns are stronger. In the mammary system, she'll yield a bit to the capacity and width of forudder to this 20th place doe, and for that, the 20th place doe should be commended.
Okay, I've got a message from the ADGA office. We're looking for volunteers to help with the recorded grade and son and milk checks, please. That starts at 1:30. If you're just hanging out, you're not interested in the dwarfs or the Oberhasli show, you got a little bit of time here right now. They would really appreciate some help up at the ADGA office with the recorded grade and son and milk checks. It shouldn't take too long.
Okay, just waiting here for got the numbers, got the ribbons. All right, this is our age dough class. And all right, and this is our other placings on this class are 2, 3, 1. And we'll go here with our udder placings first. The first place udder and our second place doe in that mammary system category. 1 is placing over 2 today. Just for the height of that rear udder, the definition of the halves, the strength of that medial suspensory ligament. Just a little more pleasing mammary shape all the way through as compared to 3. 3 then going over 4. I'm sorry, 3. Our second place mammary over our third place mammary. For just the support of that mammary system, just a little. Today's show, it has more milk in that mammary system, a bit more height to that rear udder attachment. But we'll grant just a bit the strength of medial on our third place udder, which is on our first place doe. This is our of these 3 animals. This is a 9-year-old doe in our first spot. We have a little wear and tear on that mammary to be expected in a 9-year-old doe. And it's a beautifully shaped mammary system. It is a lovely and strong medial to this doe, just not quite the fullness to that mammary today that we see in 2 and 3. Now, on to our reasons. 1 is placing over 2 today. This is our 9-year-old doe in this first place spot. For her advantage in dairy strength, she's got a longer, leaner neck. She's sharper. She's cleaner in those withers. She's in general appearance, she's longer in back. She's more level in that rump from hips to pins. 2 then over 3 today. Again, for the aforementioned mammary system placing. But we also felt that she just had an advantage, just a little bit more refinement in that front end assembly, stronger in those front legs as well as compared to 3. 3 then going over 4 today for her advantage in the mammary system. We have again our second place mammary here, a doe that is showing us more globular shape, more capacity to that mammary system. In body capacity, she's longer, she's a little deeper body doe as compared to 4. 4 then going over 5 for her advantage in the mammary system. We do have more capacity in this mammary system, maybe a little more pleasing texture as well. In general appearance, we see a little less movement in those shoulders as she tracks around the ring. Sharper, a little cleaner doe as compared to 5. And the red doe over this kind of chocolate milk goat here in 6. Red doe, she has the advantage here in general appearance. She's longer in that back. She's longer in the rump as compared to the doe in 6. She also, in the mammary system, maybe yields a little bit in capacity, but we felt the placement of the mammary system was more correct on 5. 6 then over 7 today for her advantage in general appearance. It's just more freer in movement in those front legs, freer motion in those front legs as 6 and 7 track around the ring. She also has the advantage in body capacity, just being a longer, deeper bodied style of doe. 7 then over 8 for her advantage in the mammary system. Really correct mammary system here on this 7th place doe. It is a higher rear udder attachment, more pleasing shape, teats more pointed correctly downward as compared to 8. 8 then over 9 today for her advantage in general appearance. She's a more naturally uphill doe as she tracks around the ring. A doe too that is a more natural slope to that rump as compared to 9. 9 then over 10. You can pull those does up so I can see them a little better. So the chocolate doe then over 10 here for her advantage in the mammary system as well. Again, just a more pleasing shape to that mammary, a little fuller, more capacious mammary system, an udder size that is more sort of preferred in due relation to size of body. 10 over 11 here, a doe that has the advantage in her turn in the mammary system, a doe that is showing us a little more height to that rear udder, a little more fullness to that rear udder, and then in general appearance, a doe that is perhaps just a little more smoothly blended. Then 11, the 11th place doe. This is a doe that kind of stood out to us for her beautiful front end assembly. She also excels, though 12, in the category of dairy strength. She has a longer, leaner neck. She's a flatter, flintier, wedgier shaped type of doe here than compared to 12. 12 over 13 for her advantage in general appearance. Again, in front end assembly. In her turn, she blends more slowly from the neck into the withers. In body capacity, she shows us a little more width to that chest. 13 over 14. I want to note that these are a 9-year-old and 11-year-old doe. The 9-year-old doe we felt was just a little bit more correct in that mammary system, a more pleasing shape to that mammary, less tendency to bulge in that rear udder as compared to 14. 14 over 15, a doe showing us just more correctness in, again, the shape of that mammary system, the placement of that mammary system as compared to the speckled doe. As we get down the line here, we just don't have quite the strength of mammary, maybe not the capacity of mammary system, but again, a lovely class here of age does for the Nigerian breed. Thank you.
Okay, folks, this is what we've been waiting for all day since 7:30 this morning, the championship for the Nigerian Dwarfs. Let's have all the first and second place does from the different age classes into the ring. And then we would also need the junior champion and reserve junior champion from last night to be waiting at ringside, please. And then we will need all the first place youth animals from the various classes as well after that. Okay, real quick before all the celebrating starts here in the next couple minutes. Um, the ADGA National Show Herdsman Award nomination forms are out. If you want to go over, I think they have them over at the ADGA booth, and I'm sure they have them at the office. You can go get the nomination award form and fill it out. If you find, if you're walking around the barns, you're finding a farm that you think deserves the Herdsman Award. You can vote for them. So fill out the nomination form, but they must be returned by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning in order to be counted. So
Don, do the picking. Hurry up before she gets given the reasons. Please.
I'm sorry.
Hurry. So in this class of Oberhasli's, our mammary systems are 1, 2, and 3. The first place mammary system over the second place mammary system, more extension and fullness and capacity to that forerudder. More desirable shape to that mammary system underneath the pelvic structure. The second place mammary system, more desirable udder floor, more height of rear udder, more security to that rear udder. And the third place mammary system over the other balance of the does, more desirable texture to the mammary system than some of these does, as well as more desirable shape when viewed from the side. 1/2 for that mammary system, the extension, length of forerudder, the width of forerudder, but also in general appearance. When they walk, she walks more directly forward on those front feet, and she's more correct on the back feet as she walks truer around that mammary system. She'll yield a little bit to that length of neck in this doe in 2. She has an advantage of width of chest floor than 2, with more spring of rib than 2. 2/3 in her turn for that tremendous length of neck, flatness of bone, and openness throughout. She has more length across the top line, width of loin when compared to number 3. But it's the mammary system, the shape to the mammary system, the height of rear udder, the width of rear udder in comparison to 3. 3/4 for quite an advantage in general appearance. She's more smoothly blended from the neck into the withers. Into the withers. She's stronger in the chine, the loin. She's wider in the loin, and she has more desirable slope to the rump from hips to pins. She's wider in that rump from thorough to thorough when viewed from the rear. In that mammary system, like I said, has more length of forerudder and more balance and symmetry to the halves of the mammary system than we have in 4. 4/5 in her turn is structural correctness when in motion and when she comes to rest. The angulation to the rear leg set in her turn in the mammary system, having more proper placement of teats on the udder floor than we have in 5. 5/6 in her turn. She's sharper, she's more angular, she's tighter in the front end assembly, shoulder blades tighter against her body wall. She'll yield the width of chest floor and depth of heart to this 6th place. So it is for the width of chest, depth of heart, length across the top line, and general appearance. 6 is placing over 7. 7 is placing over 8 in her turn in the mammary system, having more capacity to that rear, more width of rear udder. She also excels our 8th place doe in body capacity, having greater depth of heart, more depth back into that rear barrel with more spring of rib. Our 8th place doe over our 9th place doe, more smoothly blended in general appearance from the neck into the withers and across the top line as she walks around the ring today. 9/10 in her turn for an advantage in the mammary system. It's held higher, more secure in that rear udder, less motion to that mammary system with more lateral support, more balance and symmetry to the halves of the mammary system than we have in 10. 10/11 in structural correctness, particularly the strength of their angulation to the rear leg set when viewed from the side than we have in this doe standing here in 11. She's also stronger back into that pelvis in the rump slope from hips to pins. 11/12 in her turn for the correctness and the smoothness of blending from the neck into the withers. She's also stronger in the chine. She has more fullness of rear udder, more capacity and width of rear udder than we have in 12. 12/13 in her turn for an advantage in the placement of the mammary system underneath the pelvis, but also in body capacity. She has more depth in the heart, more depth back into that rear barrel than we have in 13. Our 13th place doe should be commended for that length and levelness of loin when on the move. Okay, thank you.
All right, maybe I can get through the results of the Nigerian dwarf 7 years and older class before they're ready to make their decision. We'd like to thank Beth Kennelly of Devonshire Dairy Goats for sponsoring the 7 years and over class. And I apologize, a lot of these names are cut off here. I can only read what's on here. First place in that class with 3rd place udder went to SGCH Old Mountain Farm Shy, owned by Greg and Barbara Brown. 2nd place with first udder, first placing youth, went to SGCH Cadesville Farm BD, owned by Caden Cockburn. 3rd place with second udder, grand champion Woodbridge Farm Count, owned by Mark Weir. Fourth place went to champion Woodbridge Farm Sally, owned by Beth Labov. Fifth place, grand champion 3G Family Farm WM something, owned by Erica Illig. Fourth place, champion Woodbridge Farm Sally. We did that one. Fifth place. Looking for sixth place, went to champion Little Tots Estate Saturn, owned by Beth Labov. Seventh place went to grand champion 3G Family Farm Must something, Erica Illig. Eighth place, grand champion Sisters 3 Jane, owned by Emily Kern. Ninth place, Take a Chance RR Lucy, Erica Illig. 10th place, Grant SGCH Zanzibar's BLU Sippin, Carissa Schneider. 11th, Grand Champion Dragonfly SOL Fant, Joanne Carroll. 12th place, Maplewood Hill Top Echo Bay, owned by Jody Walker. 13, SG The Evelise, owned by Cheryl Denbow. 14, Sugar Moon Zaneta, owned by Katie Frieden. 15, Woolly Dog Down Flicker, Melissa Eagle. 16, Rosa Sharn OC Rite of Spring, Ann Peterson. 17, Gillespie's E. Elsa, Alexandra Dubois. 18, Mystic Mountain Cece, owned by Colleen Neat. Almost done here. 19th, Mystic Mountain Persephone, owned by Cassandra Neat. And 20th place went to Rebelwood O Desert Chokech, owned by Dorothea Sperry. We'd like to thank the sponsor of the Nigerian dwarf. Let's see here. Sponsor of the Nigerian dwarf senior champion, Ellen Dorsey of Dill's A Little Goat Farm. The reserve senior champion, Marie France Aurelian, Owl Haven Farm. Grand champion, Amanda Aube and Brittany Mousseau of Karmic Acres. And the reserve grand champion, Jennifer Davis of Hidden Hills Nigerians. And then also we have coming up the Nigerian Dwarf Premier Youth Senior Doe, and that award was sponsored by Cade Cockburn of Cade's Little Farm.
All right, here we are. Congratulations to all these exhibitors. Beautiful lineup here. While I have you all here, and I'm not going to go on too long, but I just want to thank all of the folks that again sent well wishes to me. It's been a little bit of a rough week for me, and this is a marathon. Judging this breed as a marathon, but that is a real testament to you all Nigerian breeders for really showing up and bringing these beautiful animals, working hard to get them into competition mode. I want to also at this moment just really thank my consulting judge, Dr. Joan Dean Rao. Joni has been a lifelong friend to me. She's been a mentor to me. Some of you may know, we are both fellow Toggenburg breeders, and so it's always a challenge when we have our togs over here, while we're also trying to work our breed to judge. In 1997, I was the ADGA youth rep, and here in Harrisburg. And that year, my family decided they would send me alone out to Harrisburg. And so I was out here by myself. I had a lovely, nice hotel room. That was nice. But it was Joni who called me every morning. She was judging at that time as well. Called me every morning to make sure that I was awake and ready to go, and picked me up and brought me here. And it's just been such a lovely pleasure to judge with her and to lean on her to some extent, but also this is a very collaborative process, and she really struck the balance of being helpful but not overbearing, and that's exactly what you want in a consultant judge. And so now we come to our lineup here, and so again, beautiful animals. We arrived at our consensus for our champion fairly quickly here. The champion Nigerian doe will be our 5 to 6 year old doe. This is a doe that when you, again, particularly this mammary system, you just cannot take your eyes away from this mammary system. It is the widest, it is the highest, it is so beautiful. And so when comparing her to the age doe, it is for the height of that rear udder, the fullness of that rear udder, that she goes over our 5 to 6 year old doe. It is for her tremendous body capacity, her width in the chest, her width in that rump, that she goes over our 4 year old doe. It is for her strength in general appearance, particularly the strength of rear pastern, the strength of those front legs, that she goes over our 3 year old doe. It is for her openness and her dariness, that she goes over our 2 year old doe, and also the smoothness of blending in those shoulders, she goes over our 2 year old doe. And then it is for the depth of body, the size, the development that she has over our yearling. But we also want to acknowledge this yearling is something really special. She is really a fancy doe, and she is certainly a doe to watch in the future. And so, again, this was a choice for us that really came down to, well, we really didn't have too many quibbles on this choice. So congratulations to our 5 to 6 year old doe. And then for reserve, we brought in now our second place 5 to 6 year old doe. And comparing her to the remainder of the lineup here, this is a doe that when you actually get your hands on her, she is indeed a bit more open and flatter boned than our champion of the day. And when you compare her mammary system to the remainder of the lineup, it is capacious, high, very similar in type to our champion. So we are going to stay in that class. Our second place 5 to 6 year old doe will be our reserve champion. Again, comparing her to the doe at the head of the line, her rear udder, she's higher in that rear udder and just a fuller mammary system today. She's a more open dairy doe, a wedgier shaped, sharper, angular doe as compared to our 4 year old doe. She is stronger in those feet and legs in that general appearance as compared to our 3-year-old doe. She's again a more open, wedgier, dairy style angular doe as compared to our 2-year-old doe. And again, just has the maturity and the depth and development as compared to our yearlings. So congratulations to our second place 5 to 6-year-old doe.
All right, we'd like to have our national junior champion and reserve junior champion in the ring, please. Our national senior champion, Nigerian dwarf, is Grand Champion Agape's Prize French Quarter, owned by Mark Weir. The reserve senior champion, Woodbridge Farm Remember Me, owned by Tatiana Elizarova.
All right, and so now we brought in our junior champions here to compete against our senior champions. As kind of a formality at this point, but our senior champion will in fact be our grand champion, and our reserve senior champion will be our reserve senior champion. We'll hope that our juniors today, next year or the year after or wherever, will freshen out with beautiful memory systems and be competitive with these senior does someday. Thank you.
Again, we'd like to congratulate our national champion, Nigerian dwarf, Grand Champion Agape's Prize French Quarter, owned by Mark Weir, and the Reserve National Champion, Grand Champion Woodbridge Farm Remember Me, owned by Tatiana Elizarova. Okay, I know a lot of you are how many Nigerian milking does there were today, and the number we came up was 304 milking Nigerian horse this morning.
All right, for our embedded youth champion, really lovely lineup here, and you youth are all to be commended here for bringing out these beautifully fitted animals and quality animals. Just very competitive group of animals out here. One doe, though, really does come to the top. That is my age doe here at the head of the line. 8-year-old doe, 8 freshenings, first place udder in her regular competition class. Just a tremendous doe, showing us more capacity than the does behind her, showing us more depth and growth and maturity. Just a lovely doe here, this age doe, and so she is my choice for embedded youth champion.
Hazel Farm Maggie.
Congratulations to Cade Cockburn and his premier youth doe, SGCH Cade's Lil Farm BD Meggie. All right, Oberhasli breeders, we got a little catching up to do on these placings. We're going to start with the Oberhasli 2-year-olds. The 2-year-old class was sponsored by Love Rock Dairy Goats, Vanessa Mills, in memory of Grand Champion Van Just OBRH Joyas. First place, Oberhasli 2-year-old with second place udder went to Autumn Acres OA Miss Addison, owned by Tammy Tuller. Second place with first udder went to Oberboard T Spritz, owned by Kurt Schnipke. Third place, third udder went to Oberboard T Vega, owned by Kurt Schnipke. Fourth place, Half Barn Farm VLX Miss, owned by Jennifer Funk. Fifth place, In Theory Maelstrom, Lindsay Cobb. Sixth, Van Just VK Milkweed, owned by Jason Peckham. Seventh place, Oberboard Kate's Kindle, Kurt Schnipke. Eighth place, Half Barn Farm VL Mave, owned by Catherine Funk. Ninth, Coyote Ledge Freedom Rose, Marina Legier. 10th, Van Just PL Moonstone, owned by Jessica Miller. 11th, Duhuane LL Moonin, Jason Peckham. 12, Half Barn Farm VLX Mad, Jennifer Funk. And again, a lot of these names are cut off. I apologize. 13, Crooked Bridge Lady Celeste, owned by Alyssa Knowles. 14, DeDrago GH Gooseberry, Margaret Chamas. 15, Half Barn Farm VL Mary Mack, Jonathan Kane. 16, White Rock Farm HD Infinity, Katie Jackson. 17, S Maple Farm Dingoes My, George Andrew. 18, S Maple Farm Levi's Mella, William Andrew. 19, Goading Around Goji, Norris Strawbridge. 20, Goats Ahoy Grundjetta, Brooke Robber. Then the youth placings for the Oberhasli 2-year-old milker. First place went to Coyote Ledge, Freedom Rose, Marina Legier. And second place went to Crooked Bridge, Lady Celeste, owned by Alyssa Knowles. The three-year-old Oberhasli milker class was sponsored by Sublime Oberhasli, Jason Peckham. First place, first udder, Oberboard T Wind Valkyrie, Kurt Schnipke. Second place, second udder, Autumn Acres Ruby Tuesday, Tammy Tuller. Third place, third udder, Oberboard Seven Rings, Kurt Schnipke. Fourth place, Magic Creek Mountain Heather, Sarah Tinney. 5, White Rock Farm HD Ivette, Katie Jackson. 6, Magic Creek Almond Butter, Sarah Tinney. 7, Tappahanna AS Ruby, Emma Hutchinson. 8, DeDrago KV Endless Diamond, Margaret Chamas. 9, Smith Family Farm Zuna, Nora Strawbridge. 10, Half Barn Farm Kane Lira, Haley Esposito. 11, Sweet Nightingale DBD, Emily Sanders. 12, Owl Ridge RTS Sambuca, David Graybill. 13, Hill Shack Briar, Rosaria Hines. And the top youth, Oberhasli 3-year-old milker, first place, Tappahannock, A.S. Ruby, Emma Hutchinson. Second, Smith Family Farm, Zuna, Nora Strawbridge. We'd like to thank the sponsors of some of the other Oberhasli Awards. The junior class ribbons were sponsored by Sandy Van Echo. Senior class ribbons, Nora Strawbridge. Group class ribbons, KNC Stiver, the Stover Homestead. The championship ribbons, Jessica Miller, Garden View Farm. The best udder rosette for Oberhasli's was the Oberhasli Breeders of America. The reserve best udder rosette, Sandy Van Echo. Premier Breeder Banner, Oberhasli Breeders of America. The Premier Exhibitor Banner, Rachel Snyder, Firebug Farm. The Premier Sire Banner, Michelle and Peter Liga of Slice of Almost Heaven Dairy Goats. And the Reserve Premier Breeder, the Stover Homestead KNC Stiver. And then the Oberhasli Premier Youth Senior Doe, Diane Wilburn of Slada's Kinder.
All right, Nigerian dwarf breeders. This is our dairy herd. Our first place group does have our champion doe in it, and just an easy top for our herd. We have an advantage here in um, uh, the capacity of the mammary systems as a group, in the height and width of those rear udders, the depth of body as a group. 2/3 here, we have an advantage in the mammary system as well. Again, just a little bit more capacity, a little bit more bloom to those udders. A slight edge as well in dairy strength, in the wedginess of those body types as compared to 3. 3/4, really a general appearance placing here, or I'm sorry, dairy strength. Again, in comparativeness, we have a longer, leaner necks, more open, angularity here in 3 compared to 4. Our fourth place group, I do apologize, we kind of lost them when we were placing the groups here. We felt though that they as a group had an advantage here in general appearance, in the length of back, the length of rump, and then also in mammary system, and as a group, more capacity to these mammary systems. Our fifth place group as a group collectively had an advantage here in the height of those rear udders, the overall area of udder attachment, the consistency of teat size and placement as compared to 6. 6/7 here, we do have our class winner in our first place age doe in our 6th place group. And so as a group, they have that strength of dairiness that carries them over 7. 7/8, also a really dairy open group here. We felt there was more consistency in the look of 7/8, particularly in the flatness of the rumps, the slope of the rump, the openness and angularity as compared to 8. 8/9, we felt there was more consistency in the mammary systems. All right, sorry. In the mammary systems, just showing us more pleasing shape to the mammaries across the board as compared to 9. 9/10, this was just a more productive group. We felt there was more capacity to these mammary systems, more evident productivity as compared to 10, and then that coupled with a bit more openness of ribbing and flatness of bone as compared to 10. 10/11, really appreciate here in 10 the strong general appearance, the length of neck, and the smoothness of blending from the neck into the withers. We felt that again, 10/11, there was just more consistency as a group, and also showing us again more length of body, more length of back as well compared to 11. 11/12. An advantage here in the height of those mammary systems, the height of rear udder, the placement of teats, the overall area of udder attachment, the strength of foreudder as compared to 12. 12/13. Does that show us also some mammary system advantages here in the roundness of those rear udders, the shape of those mammary systems. We felt they were, again, a little more productive as a group as compared to 13. 13/14, those that just showed us more depth of body, more depth of heart, so body capacity placings, more strength in those front ends as a group. As we go down the line, again, those that are just certainly showing us strong attached mammary systems, but maybe not having quite the strength in their general appearance or strength in their feet and legs, maybe not the placement of the mammary systems we would like to see to use them higher in the lineup today. Thank you.
Placing this class from my right, first our memories are going to be first place memory on the second place dough, second place memory on the first place dough, and third place memory on the third place dough. Anyways, 1/2 in general appearance. She's more smoothly blended from the neck into the withers. She's longer and stronger across the top line as she walks around the ring. She has more desirable slope to the rump when viewed from the side than the doe behind her. In dairy strength, she's longer, leaner, sharper, more open throughout than we have in this doe standing here in 2. Oh, so I was going to do the udders, sorry. Whatever. Anyways, our number 1 udder over our number 2 udder for an advantage in the shape to the mammary system when viewed from the side, the width and arch to that rear udder, the height of rear udder, the capacity to the rear udder. Then we have in our second place mammary system, our second place mammary system over our third place mammary, more length of forudder, more desirable texture to that mammary system as well, and more smooth as a blending of rear up into the escutcheon with less tendency to come out at the back of the below the vulva on this third place udder. And the third place udder should be commended for tremendous capacity, length of forudder, width of forudder. So 1/2 for an advantage in general appearance. She's longer across the top line. She's stronger in that rump when viewed from the side. She's longer from hips to pins. She's wider from thorough to thorough. She has more desirable angulation to the rear leg set. She has a rump that accommodates the mammary system better. She walks with more ease of motion around that mammary system. In dairy strength, she's a longer, leaner, more open doe as well in comparison to 2. 2/3 in her turn for that mammary system. The desirable shape to the mammary system when viewed from the side. The height of rear udder, tremendously high in that rear udder. Wider in the rear udder. Than we have in this doe in 3, and also in her turn in general appearance, she more just walks around with more strength to all 4 pasterns than we have in 3. A very deep body doe here in 3, but for her advantage, once again in the mammary system, having more desirable shape to the mammary system, overall depth of mammary system with the rear udder. She's placing over our 4th place doe. She has a slight advantage in the spacing between the ribs, the flatness of bone, and looser pliable skin than we have in 4. 4/5 in her turn. Sorry. 4/5 in her turn for that upstandingness, length of neck, length across the top line in general appearance, but also a slight advantage in length of teat size, circumference, and shape, and placement of teats on the udder floor in comparison to 5. 5/6 in her turn, more balance and symmetry to the halves. She'll yield a little bit to the desirable length of teat size, but then she comes back with being wider in that chest floor, greater depth of heart than we have in 6. You guys just move these guys up. 6/7, she's taller at that front end. She walks more uphill. She's more correct in the smoothest of blending in that front end assembly. More desirable shape to the mammary system, more extension of forudder than we have in 7/8 in her turn, with in the mammary system having more desirable texture to that mammary system. She's also sharper, cleaner, more open throughout in dairy strength than we have in 8/9 in her turn. And as they walk around, she just stronger in her feet and legs, particularly those front pasterns, and she walks more directly forward on those front pasterns. But in the mammary system that you can see from here, she has more extension of forudder, more width of forudder, more capacity of the forudder than we have in the doe behind her in 9th place. 9/10 in her turn, just a more refined type individual, sharper, cleaner. She's sharper in those withers, just a more open type individual as well than this big, powerful doe here in 10th place. It is for the power and strength, the width of chest floor, the depth of heart, length of body. She's placing over our 11th place doe. She also excels in that rump and general appearance, having greater length of rump from hips to pins, width from thorough to thorough than 11. 11/12 in her turn for an advantage in the mammary system, having a mammary that has more desirable shape, both when viewed from the side and viewed from the rear. She also has more pleasing size and shape and circumference and delineation of teats from the udder floor than we have in this doe standing here in 12. 12/13. 13 kind of back and forth, but in 12 we have, in general appearance, we have more desirable set to the rear legs naturally when she comes to rest than we have in this doe standing here in 13. 13/14 in her turn in the mammary system, having greater capacity to the mammary system, more depth of mammary system, more width to that rear udder as well. She also has a slight advantage in general appearance, being stronger in that chine than we have in this doe standing here in 14. 14 over 15 in her turn, more smoothly blended throughout. She's tighter at the point of elbow. She's smoother at the point of shoulder than we have in this doe in 15. She also walks with more width between the hocks than we have in 15. Could you guys just move these guys up a little bit, please? So 15 over 16 for quite an advantage in the length and levelness across the top line. The texture to that mammary system, though, she will yield the tremendous capacity to that mammary system on this 16th place. So 16 over 17 in strength of feet and legs as she walks around the ring, strength across the top line. The young girls doing a pretty good job of trying to keep her head up held high, but she does have more depth of memory system, more balance and symmetry to the has, more width of rear udder as well in comparison to 17. And 17 over 18, pretty similar factos. She's going to yield a little bit to the depth of body on this 18th place doe, but she comes back with more height and security to that rear udder attachment in comparison to 18. And 18th place doe should be commended for tremendous body capacity with the chest for depth and width throughout. Okay, thanks.
All right, we'd like to congratulate the Nigerian dwarf who won. It was one doe that won the high 305 milk, high 305 fat, the lifetime milk, and the lifetime butterfat awards. One doe won all those things, and her name is We Three Farms D. Rosemary, owned by Heather Arts and Sonia Tyson. Congratulations.
All right, this is our Nigerian breeders trio, or best three. Our first place group, again, we have our champion, national champion in this group, and they just excel the group behind them in the capacity of those mammary systems, the globular shape of those mammary systems, the height of rear udder as well. 2/3 for their length of body, for their length of rump, their just their spring of rib as well, compared to 3/4 here, an advantage in the mammary systems. Again, as a group, the consistency and the height of rear udder attachment, the placement of those teats, the width of rear udder in 3/4. 4 is kind of a group we misplaced here, but we've got them back, and they excel the black group behind them in those mammary systems, in the capacity of those mammary systems, in the area of udder attachment. They also excel in body capacity, being a deeper, wider group of does. The black does, we just felt were a more consistent group as compared to 6 in their length of body, their sharpness, their angularity. They might yield a little bit the capacity of mammary that we see in our 6th place group. 6th, then going over 7 here. As a group, we felt they were more uniform as well in the shape of those mammary systems and the symmetry of those mammary systems when viewed from the side. 7/8, we think we have a older group here, showing us more maturity and depth of body and heart. Over 8. 8/9. Sorry, 8/9 here. For their advantage in dairy strength, they're sharper, they're cleaner, more angular as a group than compared to 9. 9/10 here. We felt these was a strengthened mammary system, placing a more pleasing shape to those 3 mammaries as compared to 10. More extension to those 4 udders as a group as well. 10/11, we felt there's more evident capacity and productivity as compared to 11. 11/12, for an advantage here in their turn and mammary system and the shape of those rear udders. Also in the strength of those rear legs. 12/13, for an advantage in general appearance, just a placement of those front legs is just a little bit more correct. 13/14, for an advantage here in the strength of general appearance, the strength of back, slope of rump. 14/15, just more strength of bone as a group. We have a more substance and strength of bone. 15th place group, just some nice mammaries here, but we just wanted to see a little more size and scale and consistency to use them higher. But they place over our 16th place group for their strength of those rear udders. Thank you.
All right, we have the results now from the Nigerian Dwarf Dairy Herd class that was sponsored by the American Nigerian Dwarf Dairy Association. First place, Nigerian Dwarf Dairy Herd was Agape's Prize, owned by Mark Weir. Second place was HLFM, owned by Emily Kern. Third place went to Crooked Wall Farm, Erica Pierce. Fourth place, Wings and Caprines, Josie Kirby. Fifth place, 3G Family Farm, Erica Illig, Noble. 6, Atwood Acres, Greg and Barbara Brown. 7, Primrose, Jennifer Bowman. 8, Cade's Lil Farm, Caden Cockburn. 9, Moon Station Goats, Beth Labov. 10th place went to Springwater Dairy Goats, owned by Nancy Bowling. 11th was CA Blackberries, owned by Tan, Liz, Bell, and Winnie DeWong, all the way from California. 12th place went to Winning Streak Nigerians, Donna Lavery. 13, Rosa Sharn Farm, Ann Peterson. 14, Fairland Farm, Dawn Beer. 15, Rebel Wood, Annalise Wood. And then 16th place, we had Denbo Acres, Charlene Denbo. The Nigerian Dwarf Best 3 Senior Does class. Was sponsored by Tracy Clevenger of Bella Fire Farm. First place, Nigerian Dwarf Best 3 went to Agape's Prize, Mark Weir. Second place, Wings and Caprines, Josie Kirby. Third place went to 3G Family Farm, Erica Illig Noble. Fourth place went to HLFM, Emily Kern. Fifth place, Springwater Dairy Goats, Nancy Bowling. 6, Cade's Little Farm, Caden Cockburn. 7, Sunny Days Farm, Carissa Schneider. 8th, CA Blackberries, the DeWong family. 9th place was Denbo Acres, Charlene Denbo. 10, Lil Mountain, Sarah Moore. 11th place went to Winning Streak Nigerians, Donna Lavery. 12, Rosa Sharn Farm, Ann Peterson. 13, Valley's Edge, Abby Schofield. 14, Utterly Wicked Farms, Constance Wilmoth. 15, Fairland Farm, Dawn Burr. 16, Rebel Wood, Annalise Wood. And that was all we had for Nigerian Dwarf Best 3 Senior Does. Oberhasli 4-year-old milkers was sponsored by Carol Dronin, Body Shops Dairy Goats. First place, 4-year-old Oberhasli went to Adams Kids SACJ Fiesta, owned by Jace Adams. Excuse me, those were the youth. Let me get back to the open class here. First place with second udder, Oberhasli 4-year-old, is champion Automakers Cover Girl, owned by Tammy Tuller. Second with first udder went to grand champion Love Rock OBD Kim K, owned by Jason Peckham. Third place, third udder, grand champion Overboard T Vega, Kurt Schnipke. Fourth place, Automakers Acapella, Tammy Tuller. Fifth, Overboard Love Story, Kurt Schnipke. 6, champion overboard divergent, Kurt Schnipke. 7, in theory Acadia, Lindsay Cobb. 8, Fort Creek Martell, Christine Knobloch. 9th place, overly inclined Amy's A, Emily Sanders. 10th, champion Whiteberg Birch Acres Henna, owned by the Ferguson family. 11, Owl Ridge Fly Like an Eagle, Sean Graybill. 12, Tall Willows Twist, Nathan Klum. 13, Owl Ridge R2D2s, Jays R4, Shay Montgomery. 14, Adams Kids SACJ Fiesta, Jace Adams. 15, Adams Kids OTTR Rosette, Jace Adams. 16, Rossignol JA Sunshine, Emily Sanders. 17, White Birch Acres Ginseng, the Ferguson family. 18, Coyote Ledge Daiquiri, Marina Legere. And then the youth placings for the 4-year-old Oberhasli first went to Adams Kids SACJ Fiesta, Jace Adams. In second place, Rossignol JA Sunshine, owned by Emily Sanders.
All right, this is our Nigerian senior get a sire here. And our first place group comes to the top here again pretty easily, excels the group behind them in the capacity and overall area of utter attachment of those memory systems. In addition, they just as a group have more depth of body and more spring to them. 2 then over 3, we just felt this group was so consistent in their general appearance. They excel the third place group, particularly in general appearance in the front end assembly. They're just being, as a group, a little higher headed individuals, more naturally upstanding as well. 3 over 4, we felt as a group they're more excel in dairy strength. They're more open in the ribbing, a little flatter boned, angular, and incurving in those thighs as compared to 4. 4 over 5, we felt this group was just a bit more productive in their mammary systems, again showing more capacity and uniformity in that capacity as compared to 5. 5 over 6 for their advantages in body capacity, showing us more depth of body and depth back into the rear barrel. They also show just a little bit more consistency in that capacity, the mammary system. 6 over 7, I feel that we're looking at just a set of older, slightly older animals here. Does that have, again, in their own right, more capacity to those mammary systems and more symmetry to those mammary systems when viewed from the side. 7/8. Here for the advantage in the mammary system, showing us more strength of those mammaries, more pleasing height to the rear udder, more pleasing fore udder attachments as well as a group. 8/9 for their advantages in the rear udder shape. As that consistency of as a group. We also felt we had a kind of a weaker doe in that black doe in the 9th place group, and so as a group, the 8th place group just had more uniformity in the height and width of rear udder. 9/10. We do have our first place 2-year-old in this group, but we just didn't have quite the strength across the board, and so they do place though above 10th for that consistency. Or sorry, for that outstanding animal there in that gold doe. 10 and then 10/11, just again mammary system placing here. Mammaries, so we just see less movement in those mammaries. We have a more correct structure in that rump as compared to 11. Thank you.
On time. I don't know what time is it.
All right, the Nigerian dwarf senior get a sire. This class was sponsored by Mark and Jennifer Weir, Agape's Prize. First place get in the seniors for Nigerians went to Agape's Prize, Counting on Quinn, Mark Weir. Second place, Sugar Moon, W Genetics, Erica Pierce. Third place, Farm Old South, LMT Unlimited, Jennifer Bowman. Fourth, SG Little Tots Estate Agave, Beth Labov. Fifth, Castle Rock Pineapple Express, Sally Rodifer. Six, Woodbridge Farm Counting on somebody, Donna Lavery. Seventh place, Urban Acres PP Doppeldanger, Ton, Liz, Bell, and Winnie Duong. Eighth place, SG Old Mountain Farm Bold Elk, Stacy Collins. Third place, 11. 8. Ninth place, Algetti Farm CK Kinetic Riptide, Sandra Amores. 10th, Springwater AL Wait the something, Leroy Satter. 11, Rebelwood D Longshot AI, Annalise Wood. And that was it for Nigerian Dwarf Senior Get.
So the mammary systems are going to be 1, 2, and 3. Placing from my right in the mammary system, 1/2 for more smoothness of rear udder and more width to that rear udder on 1/2. She has a slight advantage in the length of forudder as well. The second place udder over the third place udder, once again, just more desirable texture to that mammary system, and also in her turn, smoothest blending of rear udder into the escutcheon as well. Then this deep mammary system with lots of capacity to the mammary system, nice shape to the mammary system when viewed from the side. 1/2 for quite an advantage, I felt, in length of bone pattern throughout, length of neck, length across the top line, shield a little bit in strength of chine to the doe in second place, but then she comes back with more openness and spacing between the ribs, a wider, flatter bone pattern. And like I said, in the mammary system, she does have more smoothest of blending of rear and more width of rear udder attachment than 2. 2/3 in her turn for an advantage in the mammary system, more desirable texture of the mammary system. She has a wider rump to accommodate that mammary system. She walks with more ease of motion around that mammary system than we have in 3. 3/4 in her turn for quite an advantage. First in body capacity with the chest sword, depth of heart, spring of rib, depth back into that rear barrel, but also in the capacities to that mammary system, the shape and capacity and width of forudder in comparison to 4. Could you guys move them ahead, please? 4/5, just some as she tracks around the ring, she just walks with more ease of motion around the mammary system. She's stronger in those rear pasterns. She has more desirable rear leg set. In the mammary system, much more desirable texture to that mammary system than we have in 5. 5/6, more depth of body, particularly in that rear barrel. More depth to the mammary system, certainly more capacity to the mammary system than we have in 6. 6/7 in her turn. A closer placing, but just more smoothly blended from the neck into the withers in general appearance. Just a little deeper as well than we have in this doe standing here in 7. 7/8. And her turn, just more substance of bone on this doe. And her turn in the mammary system, a more smoothly blended rear udder into that escutcheon. 8/9 in her turn for an advantage in the shape to the mammary system when viewed from the side. Then this doe standing in 9. 9/10 in her turn. A wider, flatter bone pattern and greater spacing between the ribs and dairy strength than we have in 10. 10/11, an angulation to the rear leg set when viewed from the side, and also the shape to the mammary system. She's wider in that rear udder as well in comparison to this 11th place doe. If you guys just move them ahead a little bit, 11/12. In the placement of the mammary system underneath the pelvic structure, 12/13, more desirable placement of those front legs underneath the withers. She's a longer body doe and she's a deeper body doe and body capacity, and 13/14, a less motion to that mammary system, more lateral support, more proper size and shape and circumference of teats in comparison to this 14th place doe. Lots of dairy strength, sharpness and angularity on 14th, and she should be commended for that. Okay, thank you.
produce. All right, this is our Nigerian produce dam here. Clear cut top to the class. One is placing over two for her advantage in the mammary system. I'm sorry, the one is placing over two as a group. Collectively, they're just more consistent in the mammary system with the width of those rear udders, the overall area of udder attachment. They also pick up points in body capacity, being longer, deeper body does. Two then over three for their advantages as well in the mammary system. In their turn, they have more capacity, more globular shape, a greater overall area of udder attachment as well. 3 over 4 for their advantages in general appearance. We felt they were stronger in those front end assemblies, a little sharper and cleaner, longer in the back as well. Although they will grant a bit the capacity of mammary system that we see in 4. 4 over 5 here for their advantage in their turn in mammary system. They're showing us a more capacity and a more globular shape than these chocolate doughs. They also just have a little bit more natural depth of body and spring. 5 over 6 for their advantages in general appearance. They're doughs that are straighter and stronger in those front legs. They're more correct over the back, more level from the chine to the loin, and longer in those rumps as compared to 6. 6 over 7 for an advantage in the mammary system, holding mammary systems that are higher and tighter against the body wall as compared to 7. 7 over 8 for their advantages and just again their consistency as a group. We felt the medial suspensory ligaments as a group were stronger in this speckled group as compared to the 8th place group. 8 over 9 for their advantage in dairy strength. They're more open and flatter boned, a more angular and wedgier shaped pair of doughs as compared to 9. 9 over 10, we felt they had more capacity to their mammary systems at this juncture in their development and more greater area of udder attachment as well as compared to 10. And then 10 really over the bulk of the class here for their advantages collectively in the structure of those mammary systems and the height of those mammary systems, the flatness of those rumps, angularity throughout. And thank you all for bringing in your groups. Thank you.
Okay, we have the results of the Oberhasli 5 and 6-year-old class. And this class was sponsored by Nate and Jen Funk of Half Barn Farm. First place and first udder in that class went to champion Automakers KVB Sweet, Tammy Teller. Second place with second udder, grand champion Overboard T-Waves SPL something, Kurt Schnipke. Third place, third udder, Ober Ridge Advanced, Jennifer Funk. Fourth place, Owl Ridge Black Cherry Fizz, Savannah Bishop. Fifth place, Sparkling Acres Carolina Ace, Brooke Robber. 6, Fox on Fire NSS Mischievous, Rosalind Knorr. 7, Champion Goading Around at the something, Nora Strawbridge. 8th place was Half Barn Farm RB Ninem. I'm sure there's more to it than that. Jennifer Funk. 9th place, Champion Magic Creek Mango, Sarah Tinney. 10th place, Champion Magic Creek Lil Red, Sarah Tinney. 11, Whitebird Shakers Paprika, the Ferguson family. 12, SGH, the cream of the something, and she is owned by Jennifer Funk, whatever her name may be. 13, Half Barn Farm RB Luna, Brett and Heather Armstrong. And 14th place went to Goating Around Hera, owned by Alyssa Knowles. First place youth in the 5 and 6-year-old Oberhasli Milkers went to Sparkling Acres Carolina Ace, owned by Brooke Robber. And second place went to Champion Goating Around at the owned by the Strawbridge family. I know we've had a lot going on today, and a lot of you have been extremely busy all day today, but just keep in mind that the ADGA booth is going to be closing at 5 o'clock today. You got another hour and 20 minutes, and Mrs. Larson's going to call it a day over there. So if there's something you need to get over there right now and pick it out. Also, we have the tickets for the cheese event tomorrow. Those are on sale today for $20 each. You got to get those by 5 o'clock as well. And once again, reminder, all those, we have all those beautiful raffle kids there that were donated by some of the top breeders in the country, as well as that beautiful artwork and all the baskets that were donated by various states that are represented here today. Those are in the raffle. Those will be drawn tomorrow afternoon, but the only way you can buy tickets is to go online to nationalshow.org, and you'll find the option there to buy raffle tickets. You need to click on that, and that's really the only way you can get the tickets to participate in that raffle. So you need to do that yet today as well.
Okay, first place memories on the first place doe, second place memories on the third place doe, and the third place udders on the fourth place doe. I think I got it right. Anyways, we have a 9-year-old, 11-year-old, a 9-year-old, 8-year-old, a 7-year-old. Some pretty strong pasterns in this class compared to what we've seen in classes prior to this. Anyways, 1/2 for an advantage in overall strength and power and strength in that top line, the angulation to the rear leg set, and the mammary system. Oh, keep forgetting to talk about the mammary systems. First place mammary over second place mammary. She's more smoothly blended of rear into the escutcheon. She's more proper placement of teeth on the udder floor. She has less motion to the mammary system as she tracks around the ring. Our second place mammary system over our third place mammary system. More desirable shape to the mammary system when viewed from the side. A little more balance and symmetry to the halves. The third place mammary system should be commended for the capacity and width of rear udder. Okay, sorry. 1/2 for an advantage in power and strength of bone. She's a wider, flatter bone individual, greater spacing between the ribs. You can see it from here. She also has more desirable angulation at the hock, being more perpendicular from pin to hock. The pastern, she'll yield a little bit to straightness of foreleg, but then she comes back with more width of loin, more width of rump, more flatness of rump when viewed from the rear from thurl to thurl in that dorsal process. In the mammary system, like I said, she does have more height and security and more width and capacity to that rear. 2/3 in her turn. For the advantage and smoothness of blending from the neck into the withers. She's stronger across that top line, particularly in the chine. She's wider in the loin. She's longer in the loin as well. And this doe here in 3/4 in her turn in the mammary system, or having more desirable shape when viewed from the side, more capacity to the rear, more capacity to the fore. She has a slight advantage in sharpness and angularity, particularly the sharpness of withers in comparison to 4/5 in her turn. For an advantage in the mammary system, having more depth of mammary system, particularly more width of rear udder. not much between their ages, 8 and 7. But she does, when she walks, she tracks more directly forward on those front feet. She's tighter at the point of elbow as well in general appearance at 5. Our 5th place still should be commended. She's strong on her feet and legs. And she's a 7-year-old, so she should be commended for that. Okay, thanks very much.
All right, we have the results for the Nigerian Dwarf Senior Produce of Dan class, and this was sponsored by our own Ellen Dorsey of Little Goat Dills A Little Goat Farm. First place in that class went to Agape's Prize French Quarter, owned by Mark Weir. Second place, SGCH 3G Family Farm, NF something, Erica Illig Noble. And then third place went to Woodbridge Farm, presidential probably, Mark Weir. Fourth place, Egidio WL Celesta, owned by Donna Lavery. Fifth place, Ebarb Special Sadie, Erica Pierce. Sixth place, SGCH Old Mountain Farm Shy, something, Greg and Barbara Brown. 7, Hidden Palms SK Cherry Popped, Donna Lavery. Eighth place, Grand Champion Farm Old South SR Law. And again, there's the name's been cut off, Jennifer Bauman. Ninth place went to Winning Streak EB Cerelia, Constance Wilmoth. 10, Woodbridge Farm Countables, Mark Weir. 11 was Woodbridge Scarlet, maybe Rose, Mark Weir. 12, Springwater BL Janie's Got a Goat, Nancy Bowling. 13, SGCH Tweedy Tavern Farm, and I'm sorry the name's been cut off, Charlene Denbo. You Nigerian people have such long names, they get cut off. 14, Urban Acres CRFBH Moo. I'm sure there's more to it than that, but she's owned by the DeWong family. 15, Everspring OB on Etsy, Jody Walker. 16, Way Better Camilla, Cassandra Nate. 'That one's done. All right, now we have the Oberhasli Aged Mature Dose, 7 years and over. This class was sponsored by again Beth Kennelly, Devonshire Dairy Goats. First place, first udder in this class went to Magic Creek Hunter, owned by Sarah Tinney. Second place went to Champion Owl Ridge F. Wendy's Limo, David Graybill. Third place with the second place udder, Champion Owl Ridge HS Miracles, something, Sean Graybill. Fourth place with the third place udder, Champion Magic Creek Nutmeg Twist, Sarah Tinney. Fifth place was Champion Owl Ridge HM Jamaica, something, Sean Graybill.
You spread. Daughter's over here so that you're in the. Yeah. Daughter's to the camera.
All right, this is our final group class of the Nigerian breed. So yay! All right. Really, again, a tremendous turnout here for this class. Starting off with a group that just excels in the mammary system in that consistency, carrying over the consistency of the dam, which happened to also be our champion of the day, into a second place milking class winner into that daughter. And just seeing that uniformity of mammary is key there. 2/3, we had a high placing dam here in this class. We see the strength of that mammary system carry over to the daughter, and more productivity and capacity in that second place group as compared to 3. And we also have the uniformity in the height of rear udder in 2/3. 3/4, we have another class winner here in 3 in our third place group, our first place age doe. They have the advantage over the orange group in dairy strength. They're sharper, they're cleaner, they're more angular. 4/5. Again, a group that is more consistent in general appearance. They're longer in the structure of the rump. They're longer in the top line. And again, in mammary system, they're more capacious in those mammary systems. 5/6, we have does that are just a little bit more dairy, little wedgier shaped type does here. Also showing us a little more balance to those mammary systems in terms of the capacity and symmetry of those mammary systems as compared to 6. 6/7. Again, just consistency is key here. We have does that are more correct in general appearance and the structure of those rumps, the straightness of those forelegs, the angle of the rear leg as compared to 7. 7/8, again, just uniformity in these mammary systems. In 7, we have a doe that, in our 7th place group, we have 2 mammary systems that are held higher with stronger medials compared to 8. 8/9, really looking here at the advantage in dairy strength, the openness and flatness of bone, the angularity throughout. 9/10, we just felt that 9, those does were just more productive in those mammary systems, more capacious in those mammary systems compared to 10. And then 10/11, again, more capacity, more globular shape to those mammary systems, perhaps a little more smoothness of blending and higher headedness in those front end assemblies. 11 over the bulk of the remaining groups here. We felt those udders were just, again, held higher above those hocks. Does that were just stronger across their top lines as compared to the remaining groups. Thank you so much.
Smile, everybody. It's almost over. Anyways, looking at these does, we talked a lot. Anyways, our yearling, quite a striking individual, sharp, angular, open throughout, a nice memory system. 2-year-old, once again, wide in the rear udder, long across the top line. She's a high-headed doe. Lots of body on this 3-year-old, good depth of heart, width, nice shape to the mammary system, good texture. A 4-year-old, very long bone pattern on this individual, long across the top line, long in the loin. Nice, smooth as a blending of rear udder into the escutcheon. Good texture to the mammary system. 5 to 6-year-old, tremendous length of body on this doe, length of bone throughout, tremendous width of rear udder as well. The age doe, which happens to be 9-year-old. Yes, still strong on those feet and legs, particularly the angulation to the rear leg set and strength of those rear pasterns, and a solid individual with good strength of bone throughout. So when we were looking at this, the doe that we're going to make champion, she was the tallest in the front end, considering her age and maturity, and she's the longest across the top line. She has the most desirable angulation to the rear leg set. When viewed from the side, she's open, flat-boned individual. She's sharp, she's angular. In the mammary system, over some of the other does, she has, the smoothest rear udder into the escutcheon. Very desirable texture to the mammary system. That's going to be our first place 4-year-old. She'll be our champion. So now we brought the doe that stood second to her. She was actually our first place mammary system in that class. She has more depth of mammary system than the doe behind her, more arch up into the escutcheon than the doe behind her. She's more smoothly blended across the top line than the doe ahead of her. She's more body capacity than some of these younger does. She's straighter in the forelegs than the age doe. She has more bloom and more body capacity as well than some of these other does. She's probably one of the wider does in the class left here. And so the second place 4-year-old is going to be my reserve champion.
All right, let's bring the Nigerian dwarfs in, first and second place udders, and we'll wrap up this show here in a little bit. Nigerian dwarf, first and second place udders in the ring. Congratulations to our Oberhasli senior champion, Champion Automakers Cover Girl, owned by Tammy Teller. And the reserve senior champion is Grand Champion Loverick OBD Kim, owned by Jason Peckham.
bringing in our juniors from last night, strong individuals in general appearance and dairy strength and body capacity. But really, when you look at these does and the mammary systems and the body capacity and the framework is still there, we're going to stay with our senior champion, reserve senior champion for our grand and reserve. Okay.
For you Oberhasli breeders, in case you wanted to know, there were 74 junior does shown, 98 milking does shown, with a total of 172 Oberhasli shown here this week. And then back to the Nigerian dwarfs. I got the totals. Last night we had 241 junior does. Today we had 304 senior does for a total Nigerian dwarf show of 545.
All right, for selection of best udder, we are going to ask that our champion of the day, our age doe, and our 3-year-old milk out and come back. And then the rest of you are excused. Thank you so much for an awesome Nigerian show.
Okay, the results of the Nigerian Dwarf Senior Dam and Daughter. This class was sponsored by Tracy Clevenger of Bellafire Farm. The first place in this class. Oh, it's way in the back here. Went to Agape's Prize, French Quarter, owned by Mark Weir. First place, Dam and Daughter. Second place went to Valley's Edge Delicious, owned by Amber Zellers. Third place, SGCH Old Mountain Farm Shy, owned by Greg and Barbara Brown. Fourth place, SGCH Wings and Caprines Carol, owned by Josie Kirby. Fifth place, Grand Champion 3G Family Farm WM, something that starts with a P, Erica Illig Noble. Six, Ebarb Special Secret, Erica Pierce. Seventh, Grand Champion Farm Old South SR La, something that starts with an R, Jennifer Bowman. Eighth place, Grand Champion Hidden Palms JD Aquata, Jennifer Bowman. Ninth place, Woodbridge Farm Countables, Mark Weir. 10th place, Woodbridge Farm Unpresident, something, Mark Weir. 11, Daylight SB Dreamcatcher, Nancy Bowling. 12, Lil Mountain Light Shine Bright, Sarah Moore. 13, Springwater BL Janie's Gotta Go, Nancy Bowling. 14, Winning Streak EB Cerelia, Constance Wilmoth. 15, Grand Champion Cadesville Farm BD, name starts with a D, Caden Cockburn. 16, Grand Champion Denbo Acres Farm, try something, Shareland Denbo. 17th place, winning streak, EB Snow Bunny, Donna Lavery. 18th place went to Wolfathon Train to Georgia, Renee Wolf. 19, Dragonfly, THO, Talia Grace, Brooke Lincoln. And then 20th place was Mystic Mountain CC, owned by Colleen Neat.
One way to search. I don't know.
A few more people would like to thank for sponsoring classes in the Nigerian Dwarf Show. Let's see. Premier Breeder was sponsored by the American Nigerian Dwarf Dairy Association. Reserve Premier Breeder, sponsored by Tracy Clevenger. Premier Exhibitor, American Nigerian Dwarf Dairy Association. The Premier Sire Award was sponsored by Tracy Clevenger. The High 305 Milk Award was sponsored by Shannon Piermont of Hidden Brook Acres. High 305 Fat, Alicia Bigelow, New Flower Farm. The High Lifetime Milk Award was sponsored by Alyssa Elghazi. The High Lifetime Fat was sponsored by Ann Elcock, Emily, and Adelaide Norza Gary of Two Dogs Farm. And the Total Performer was sponsored by Mark and Jennifer Weir of Agape's Prize. And then coming up, this class that we're working on now, Best Udder was sponsored by Laura Yeski of Lady Walkers. And the Reserve Best Udder was sponsored by Julie LaCroix of Kahalawai Farm.
This is our embedded youth show, our premier youth exhibitor. For the advantages and the correctness and the shape to the mammary system, the strength of the foreleg, the levelness across the top line, the smoothest bunning from the neck into the withers. We're going to go with the doe right in the center of the line, so she'll be our champion.
Congratulations to our premier youth, Oberhasli doe, Tappahannock AS Ruby, owned by Emma Hutchinson. Okay, attention in the barns. We do have a minivan that needs to be moved. It has Pennsylvania license plate EDK 3119. It's a little red minivan. Pennsylvania plates EDK 3199. If you could please go out and move your minivan so it's blocking some trailers. It came from the Ladd Hanford dealer in Lebanon, Pennsylvania. EDK 3119. Please move your minivan. If you're sitting outside the Nigerian dwarf ring, this little doe that Sonia has here parading around, this is your top production winner for the breed. She won all 4 production awards for the Nigerian dwarf breed here today.
Placing this class for my right, 1/2 for the consistency and length of bone pattern, the stature, length across the top line, the shape to the mammary systems are consistently wide, good arch to those rear udders. 2/3 in their turn for a slight advantage in the texture to the mammary systems, as well as all 4 does are consistent in T placement in comparison to this group in 3/4 in their turn for the capacity to those mammary system, body capacity, shape and angulation to the rear leg set. 4/5 in their turn. Just more substance to these does, more width and more power and strength to this group in comparison to 5/6 in the sharpness and angularity, and the openness and spacing between the ribs in comparison to 6. 6 should be commended for their length of neck and sharpness of withers today. Okay, thank you.
Emily Sanders, we're looking for your entry in the Oberhasli Best Three Females. Emily Sanders, please let us know if you're coming or if you are going to scratch. Okay, the Oberhasli Dairy Herd class was sponsored by Brandy Giacchino of Van Just Oberhasli's. First place, Oberhasli Dairy Herd went to Automakers, owned by Tammy Tuller. Second place went to Oberboard, owned by Kurt Schnipke. Third place was Sublime, Jason Peckham. Fourth place, Half Barn Farm, Jennifer Funk. Fifth place, Owl Ridge, Sean Graybill. And sixth place went to Poppy's Pride, owned by Emily Sanders.
How you doing? Did you hear? placing this class from my right, 1/2, for the consistency and length of bone pattern, length, the flatness of bone and width throughout, the set to the rear legs when viewed from the side, 2/3 for the shape to the mammary systems, the width of rear udder, the capacity, the depth of body, the width of body. We have 2 age does in this class. Well, they're all 5 and above. Anyways, but 2 quite older does, and they're strong on their feet and legs in comparison to our group in 4. They're also sharper and cleaner, more open throughout than 4. 4 were 5, and their turn just a flatter type individuals, flatter bone type individuals with greater spacing between the ribs than this doe standing here in 5th place. The does in 5th place should be commended for overall capacity to the mammary systems.
All right, final class here, our Nigerian Best Udder and Reserve Best Udder Award. Again, thank you to our Nigerian exhibitors. It's been a long day, but we have some 3 worthy individuals out here to consider for our last award of the day for the breed. And for Best Udder, we are going to stay with our champion of the day for Best Udder. Just a doe that tremendous attachment to that udder when it was full, tremendous width and height and area of udder attachment. Is milked down exceptionally well. It is the easy choice for us for best udder today. So congratulations. And then for reserve best udder, it's a little closer. But we felt that given the number of lactations, we are going to come up to our 8-year-old here. 8 years old, 8 freshenings. Just a doe that was tremendous height to that rear udder attachment, milked down very well, and we'll see that 3-year-old, I'm sure, in the future. Thank you.
All right, now we've completed the Nigerian Dwarf Show. Recorded grade exhibitors, your show was supposed to start at 3:30. It is now 4:35. We're going to give the judges 15-minute break real quick, and in 15 minutes, we'll be starting with recorded grade junior kids. Recorded grade junior kids, 15 minutes.
1/2 for an advanced. This are get of sire. 1/2 for the consistency of mammary systems. They're wider, they're higher, more capacious mammary systems. Are also longer bone pattern individuals with greater length and levelness across the top line. 2/3 in their turn, a little bit closer placing, but they have more desirable smooth as a blending of front end assemblies. They're sharper, they're cleaner as well in dairy strength. 3/4 in their turn, and with the rear udder, with the body capacity. We have a youthful group here in 4. It's a little bit, they're at a bit of a disadvantage, but 4 is placing over 5. For the consistency in their mammary systems, the udder floors, the T placement, the smooth as the blending of rear udders into the escutcheon, and our 5th place group should be commended for the overall length of neck and sharpness of withers and dairy strength. Okay, thanks.
Best udder was a great team.
Best udder is here.
And then the youth.
Reserve best udder was.
Oh, okay, we'd like to announce the winners of the Nigerian Dwarf Best Udder was our national champion, Grand Champion Agape's Prize French Quarter. And the reserve best udder was our top youth placing doe, Premier Doe, SGCH Kids Little Farm BD Meggie.
Placing this class for my right, 1/2 for the consistency of the mammary systems, the shape to the mammary system, extension and length of foreudder, the width and capacity to those rear udders, also in body capacity. They're wider, they're deeper, they're longer. 2/3 in their turn for an advantage in overall stature, length of bone pattern throughout, length across the top line, width of loin, length of loin, and the third place, the third place group should be committed for their openness and spacing between the ribs and dairy strength.
Okay, the sponsors of the Oberhasli group classes. Dairy Herd was sponsored by Brandy Giacchino. Van Just Oberhasli is the Produce of Dam class, sponsored by Alicia Bigelow of New Flower Farm. The Senior Get a Sire class is sponsored by Nate and Jen Funk of Half Barn Farm. Best Three Senior Does, sponsored by Deb Mangelsdorf and Michaela Sievers. And the Dam and Daughter class is sponsored by Brandy Giacchino of Van Just Oberhasli's. The results of the Oberhasli Best Three Senior Does. First place went to Automakers, owned by Tammy Tuller. Second place, Oberboard, Kurt Schnipke. Third place, Owl Ridge, Sean Graybill. Fourth place, In Theory Farm, Lindsay Cobb. And then fifth place went to Half Barn Farm, Jennifer Funk. The senior Geddes Sire for the Oberhaslis, first place went to Hay Creek's Uptown Savage, owned by Tammy Tuller. Second place, Van Just OBRH Leocadio, owned by Jennifer Funk. Third place, Van Just VK Luxuriant, Jennifer Funk. Fourth place, DeHuane LL Molnar, Jason Peckham. And fifth place went to Van Just Lee Jamez, owned by Lindsay Cobb. The results of the Oberhasli Senior Produce of Dam. First place went to Grand Champion Overboard T Venti, owned by Kurt Schnipke. Second place was Oberridge Advance, Jennifer Funk. And third place was Half Barn Farm RB Pepper, owned by Maria Funk. Attention in the barns, this is your last call to get what you need at the ADGA booth. I think Mrs. Larson's going to call it a day here pretty soon. So you got about 15 minutes. Get what you need. Otherwise, you're going to have to come to Syracuse. Come to the convention this fall.
Placing this class for my right, 1/2 for the consistency and the type of mammary system, the shape of the structure of the mammary system, the length of 4 udders, 2/3, and the consistency in the daughter particularly, she's quite an improvement over the dam in this length and strength across the top line. 3/4 in body capacity. They're deeper type individuals, and pass that on to the daughter as well. 4/5, sorry. In their turn, I apologize. The spring of rib, depth back into the rib barrel. 5/6 in their turn in sharpness and angularity and flatness of bone and openness throughout. 6/7 in strength of the mammary systems. Also the spring of rib that we see in them. And our group at the end of the line here should be commended for the overall length of neck and sharpness of withers.
There's 12 in the first.
All right, Nigerian dwarfs, we should be ready to walk in the ring. Nancy Bolin is sitting there waiting to check you in. Recorded grades, what did I say? Oh, Nigerians. I'm stuck on Nigerian dwarfs. Recorded grade, junior does at ringside. You should be ready to walk in the ring now.
Oberhasli best udder contestants may enter the ring. Oberhasli best udder. Recorded grade junior kids may enter the ring. We're looking for 12 entries in the first class.
All right, we're ready for Oberhasli best udder. If we could have our best udder winners in the Oberhasli ring back into the ring, please. Okay, we're still looking for a couple Oberhasli milkers for the udder class. We're looking for the second place milking yearling, best udder, the second place 2-year-old best udder, and the first place ADGA doe best udder in that class. We need you into the show ring now. We're still missing a few recorded grade junior kids. Let's go. Brett Armstrong, we need you to bring your second place Oberhasli milking yearling back for the udder class. Brett Armstrong, we need you to bring your goat back to the ring. We're still looking for a few more recorded grade kids. We have an entry for John Kane. Just John Kane. John, if you are scratching, please let us know.
Not to take away from any of the does out here, our yearlings, our 2-year-olds, our aged does. But we're going to use the first and second place 3-year-old and the first and second place 4-year-olds for a selection of best udder. So if you can milk those out as fast as possible.
We want to announce the production awards for the Oberhaslis. The high lifetime milk and high lifetime fat both went to the same doe. Her name is SGCH, the cream of the crop, and she's owned by the Funk family. The high 305 milk and high 305 fat also went to the same doe, and her name is Grand Champion Oberboard T. Veja, owned by Kurt Schnipke. Congratulations.
Keep it up. You can find someone else. I'm not gonna just tell Robin we're going up and she can find someone else. Probably.
So for the capacity when full, and she's milked down quite well, good extension of fore udder, good height of rear udder, width of rear udder. We're going to go with our first place 3-year-old for our best udder. Not to take away from the doe that stood second to her, she's milked down and her udders collapsed quite well, as both second does have. But for the capacity, the arch to the rear, the width of rear, and she's milked down quite well, is also, we're going to stick with our reserve champion for our reserve best udder. So I'd like to thank my consultant judge, Mark Baden, all the Oberhasli breeders. I had a great time, a long time, but it was a good show. Thanks very much. Okay.